Okay. Okay, so now we can start our day. Good morning, everybody. Yes,
Good morning.
Today our plan is as follows. First half of the day, we'll be discussing about Sputnik, water measurement, and this type of different measurements. Then, depending on time that we have, we'll be discussing more about different type of measurements, biocore, and some other applications. So today we have the full day. And you see, now what I did, I got my new device and I turned on Sputnik. So now it's running. And it's running for me in offline mode on this computer. I do it especially to avoid all problems with Wi-Fi. So typically, when I take measurements in long run, I prefer to do it in offline mode. If I don't need to look what's going on, I prefer to do it in offline mode. So that's why we ran. And then I want to discuss with you, to show you some of our results on consciousness studies. And then we'll proceed with Sputnik. In the beginning, what I want to do, I want to give you a little present. This is our BioWell memory card. And it looks like this, but you can open this, and this is a memory card, you see. On this memory card, we have information about from our latest Congress, from the Congress of 2016. Because you know that our next Congress will be in July, 1st and 2nd July. So then we'll add some extra information. So for you, you can have a look at this information. Oh, this is a little better. Okay. So now let us discuss about consciousness. We are based on idea of triple manifestation of human being. So this is our body, our physical body. This is our mind and our soul, our spirit. And for us, it is triple manifestation, indivisible parts of human existence, of human self. So it is all related with modern ideas of quantum physics. You know this equation of Einstein that shows us that matter and energy is the same. It's just different parts of reality. And mass, it is our body. Energy, it is our consciousness. And light, it is presentation of soul. So it shows us a connection between spirituality and modern physics. And main question in consciousness study, one of the main questions, of course there are many, what's the difference between our consciousness and consciousness of a dog or a cat? Because I don't think that someone would deny that dogs, cats, animals, they have some consciousness, memory, conscience, and whatsoever. But what is it? So I developed the principle of levels of consciousness. And the first level, this is the level of cells, level of simple organisms. And this is ability to respond to environment and to change behavior in accordance with the response. In accordance with this principle, every cell of our body has its own consciousness and its own memory. And it's very funny, because this idea of the memory of the cells, it is rejected by modern science. But tell me please, what it is vaccination? You know what that is vaccination? We introduce some agent, pathological agent in little quantity, then cells somehow remember this agent. And when you have this agent on big scale, then cells create response, immunology response. It means that leukocytes, first of all, thrombocytes, phagocytes, they have memory. So it is so simple, but it is somehow doctors, they don't understand why. How they can remember this for years, not just for short time, for years. Because you know that if, for example, children had some smallpox when they were babies in simple form, then later on they would never have smallpox when they are mature, and vice versa. If they didn't have it, then it may be a very dangerous disease. So you understand? So it means that every cell of our body has its own memory, has its own consciousness in this principle, in this notion. And now we know that we have memory of our heart. It's another story. And we know many situations with people with heart transplant, liver transplant, that keep memories. I like very much one story when it was a young girl who had very bad heart from childhood, some heart problems, and she was subtle, very kind, very nice. She was reading poetry, she was smelling flowers, very unhealthy girl, and then she had heart transplant. And after she recovered, she bought leather clothes, she bought motorcycle, and she started running motorcycle, drinking beer. And of course, her parents was shocked how it's possible for their beautiful girl to do this. But then later, it was found that she had heart transplant from a guy who was killed in motorcycle accident. So, and you see, his memory of his cells came into her body. So it means that we need to understand that this is the lowest level of consciousness. Next level, it is level of different animals. That the difference is that they not only respond to some environmental situations, but they have memory and they can plan their behavior. That's a big difference. So simple cells or simple plants, they can't plan their behavior. But animals, of course, they can. Understand this. And every dog, every cat can plan what should be done. You know, there are one scientist, Rupert Sheldrake. Do you know this name? Rupert Sheldrake. He's a wonderful person. I love him very much. He's a very interesting guy. And with beautiful, beautiful English. He's really Englishman of high status. And he wrote several books, very interesting books. And one of his books has the name, What Dogs Do When Their Masters Go Home. So they made research. They put video cameras watching dogs being in a room. And then their masters was coming home in unpredictable time, not just at 5 o'clock p.m., but in unpredictable times, especially it was specially selected families. Plus, especially was done as follows. Masters was coming home on different cars. Because it was the idea, okay, dogs can hear the noise of the car, they know this noise, they can predict it. No, it was different cars by taxi. And it was shown that dogs come to the door sometime before master is coming. So it was really very precisely shown, so it's very interesting research. So it means that all those animals, they really have some type of this memory. Next level, of course, it's level of humankind. And the difference between all those animals and humankind, it's not only verbal communication. Because you know that, for example, dolphins, they have very precise communication system. Very good. But the difference is that we humans can accumulate knowledge, create new knowledge, and transfer it to other generations. That's very important. So we understand that no animals can do this. Dogs, of course, can transfer some simple behavior. They can be trained for this. They can give it to next generation, but it's very simple. But of course, only humans can do it in complex form. Next level, it is level of people who was able to develop new ideas, not based on existing society. So it is geniuses of civilizations. And we know those geniuses both in science, in arts, in creativity. And we know, we can name our famous painters in generations like Leonardo, like Michelangelo, Rubens, many others. We can name great poets who created poetry, fantastic poetry in every country, great writers who created fantastic novels, and so on. So those are people who was really creating something from nothing. The best example is Leonardo, who was designing a lot of different instruments, like helicopter, like submarine, like many different instruments. They was not, there are models. If you go to Rome, there are museum, and there you can see models of all his devices. They wasn't accepted by that time because he was far ahead of his time, but still it existed. Same as Jules Verne. In his novels, he predicted a lot of situations that was happening. So it means that those are people who create new ideas not based on existing levels. Next level, those are level of people who have direct contact with higher planes of reality. And you understand, they collect this information from higher planes and transform this information into the society. And those are people who was able to change society. And we understand this is from our civilization. Those are, first of all, Moses, Zarathustra, Jesus Christ, Muhammad, Buddha. So those are people who was able, and we can name other names as well, who was able, Lao Tzu, for example, who was able to totally change society for centuries, for many, many thousands of years. And it is very well known that they had direct contact and direct transformation of ideas from some higher planes. So you see, this is hierarchy, but it's only part of the story, because we need to tell about group consciousness. You know, there are many animals like ants, bees, wolves, dogs. They live in groups. And for example, dogs can live alone as well. But many animals of this kind, like bees, like ants, they can't live alone, only in big groups. And you know that their groups are very well organized. It's whole society, where there are master, there are king, there are a queen, there are soldiers, there are workers. So it's very well organized society. And they communicate in this society. For example, we know about bees who are dancing, who are showing directions. But still, we understand this is group consciousness, but this is, of course, limited consciousness. And it's very well known situations, for example, for ants, when in some cases they start coming on the round, and they're coming in big round, big circle, before they die. And they can't stop this by themselves. So, because their behavior is quite mechanical. So that is why we should tell about our collective consciousness. Collective consciousness as human society. And this is different from group consciousness. We can tell about group consciousness for little groups like a family, but we need to tell about collective consciousness for the society as a whole. And we humans are separate from all other world, animal world, because we have individual consciousness, and we have individual will, and we have collective consciousness. So this is a huge difference. So we belong to society, but still we can behave against society. That is very, very important topic. So this is the part of philosophical discussion about the topic of free will. But we understand that what does it mean free will, and we understand how creator or higher force created this ability for us to have free will. And of course, this all is related to higher planes of reality. These higher planes of reality has influence to all of us, and we can name it God, we can name it some higher consciousness, we can name it higher spirit. It's just different names. I believe in this, like Einstein, that it is existing situation, that it does exist, but it's not as simple as they discuss in different religions. So it's not just only, I would say, some person or some creatures that are there. It's more complicated like this. It's like a tremendous self-organizing system. But the system has its own direction. That is why I believe that all life on the earth has direction, has goal, meaning, and we are supervised in all our development. And we see many stations of this supervision from some higher consciousness. Maybe, of course, it is, we are supervised by aliens to some extent, and we know many stations of this kind. For example, you can watch a movie, Apollo 13, if you haven't seen this movie. It was many stations when cosmonauts was just on the verge of dying, but somehow they were able to resolve stations. And finally they survived and everything was okay. So we have many stations of this kind. In history, we had this situation, for example, with Great Armada, when a Spanish king, Philip II, was sending huge armada to England to destroy Britain. But then it was hurricane that helped them, British people, to destroy it. Same situation, absolutely same situation, was in Japan, when Chinese emperor was sending huge fleet to Japan, huge fleet. And it was holy wind that came and destroyed all this fleet. So we had many stations of this kind. So that is why I believe that there are higher consciousness, higher force that supervise and govern the development of life. And sometimes we don't understand what is good and what is bad. I can give you just many examples, but just maybe one of the important example. For example, you know that, of course, bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it was tremendous disaster. It was not necessary, this bombing. It was thousands of people who died in this, thousands of people who was suffering later on. But only Hiroshima and Nagasaki and atomic and later on nuclear bomb, it saved the world. Because without atomic and nuclear power, we would have World War III for sure between United States and Soviet Union. Because both countries was ready to fight. Both countries had tremendous armament and they were trying to find it. And that is why only existence of atomic bomb, nuclear power, nuclear bomb, and analysis, what has happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, analysis, allowed government to understand that it would be destroying for both sides, that it's impossible to survive. It's impossible to go underground and live underground. That's why we have many stations of this kind. So, and this, now we have a lot of development in neuroscience. Let me show you just maybe some details of this. Now we have in 21st century, we have a lot of new trends in consciousness study. And I'm participating in consciousness conferences worldwide, and we are meeting together in different countries to discuss these different topics. And in consciousness study, there are many communities that are developing this line. So first of all, of course, is neuroscience, and this is the strongest maybe community, because in 21st century, we developed new instruments. And those instruments allow to study activity of the brain in real life, in real process. And this is very, very important. This created new approach from one hand. From other hand, we have tremendous increase of different mental problems. And something related to longevity, because people live now much longer than in 20th century. And that's why the problem of Alzheimer is coming like rockets. You know, it's a huge problem. And you know, that is very bad situation, very bad. Alzheimer is one of the people have physical body very healthy. They can live for decades with this physical body, but their brain doesn't work at all. So they behave like, not even like cats or dogs, but much worse. They become aggressive. They don't control their physiology. They don't understand what's going on around. So it's big danger for themselves and for other people as well. So that is why in neuroscience, we have tremendous development and huge money invested in neuroscience, really huge money, because every instrument like CAT scan, PET scan costs millions. But now we have hundreds of those instruments worldwide. So at the same in parallel, we have many societies, and you see some of them on the screen, that study unconventional approach to consciousness. And as I mentioned, we have these conferences worldwide, in Europe, in the United States, with top-level scientists presenting at these conferences. So we have, of course, different models of consciousness. And we can distinguish them in several categories. So it is signal transformation theories, goal-oriented theories, information field theories, multidimensional space theories, quantum electrodynamic theories, quantum field theories. But the main question is as follows. So there are an hard problem of consciousness study. The question is as follows. Do we have consciousness as product of the brain? Same as, for example, as bile is product of liver and organism, or do we have consciousness as some global situation, as a part of some collective consciousness. This is the first and the most important topic. And in many models, we have this discussion. So of course, there are most of neuroscientists, they study only brain, and they believe that everything related to brain. But we believe that it's much more than that. And that is why I am developer of this quantum field theories of brain states. Now we have different theories of this kind. And it was developed by from 20th century. You know that it was ideas that implications applicate order, then idea of holographic universe, then of course very important idea of Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, the role of observer in quantum mechanics, and multidimensional interpretation of quantum mechanics. And very important for now, it is idea of non-local interactions. So on Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox. You know that Einstein, being a genius, he was really genius, and his theory of relativity is our understanding of the universe. So it's proven. Still, there are many questions, but it's proven. But he was opposed to quantum mechanics, because quantum mechanics, it's very primitive mechanical system, primitive. And you know that quantum mechanics can explain only simple atoms. Of course, it was fantastic development of humankind, of human brain, fantastic development. And how Bohm came to this, and Pauli, first of all, came to this idea, it's enigmatic. And you know that Einstein, he got his Nobel Prize, not for relativity, but for explanation of quantum explanation of photo effect. He got his Nobel Prize. So it's interesting as well. But still, he was opposed to quantum mechanics, and that's why he told a paradox. Paradox is as follows. If we have some quantum system, like an atom, and you know that in atom, on one shell, all particles should be in different position. So, for example, it may be 2 electrons on one shell, but one electron should have spin up, and another electron should have spin down. They can't be 2 electrons with spin up. It's impossible. And on every shell, it should be some amount of electrons that they equilibrium each other. Same, for example, for photons. So if some photons have left polarization, then another photon should have right polarization. So let's imagine we have some quantum subject, and then this quantum atom, for example, emit 2 photons. And you know that those photons have different polarization in accordance with quantum mechanics. Now those photons, they fly to different parts of universe. And then in one part of universe, we change polarization of this photon. But still, in accordance with quantum principle, they belong to one and the same system. Because in quantum principle, there are no distance. So it means that second photon should change its polarization immediately. But Einstein told it, but it's nonsense. How it's possible? Because they are separated by maybe thousands or millions of kilometers. How they can feel it? So it's impossible. And it was paradox developed by Einstein. Then it was mathematicians Podolsky and Rosen who prepared this as mathematical descriptions. Then it was mathematician Aspect who presented this as next mathematical topic. So it was proposed by 1920s, and it was big question for quantum mechanics. But in 1982, it was experimentally proven. by experiments of aspect. And later on, it was developed in other labs. So now it is possible to have this entanglement between not just particles, not just photons, but between atoms. So it means that there are groups of atoms who belong to one and the same system, and then they are sent to different parts of universe, and then we influence one atom, and then we see transformation of another without distance. So you see it is.
What would be practical application? What would be practical application of this?
A practical implication, it is quantum computing. Now it is developing as new practical line, computers that operate on photons. Because you know that the size of modern computers, we have computer here, for example, in this or in here, it is computer. But the size of this computer and speed is limited of the size of electrons. So that's why it's impossible to make it less, compress it in less size. And impossible to make it faster. If we make computers operate on light, on photons, then they can be much smaller and much faster. And then photons may be operated on this entanglement principle. So they don't need wires, understand? So, and this very practical line now. So there are many labs that are developing this quantum computing. So key scientific questions. Is consciousness a product of a brain? And what does it mean? What is mystical experiences? You know that there are many people who claim about mystical experiences. Just recently, you know, Pope came to Italy and they announced saints to children who've seen Mary, Saint Mary. What are altered state of consciousness? Does consciousness exist without body? You know, out of body experiences. What is near-death experiences? Again, it's accepted now in neurophysiology that they do exist, near-death experiences, but what does it mean? It's absolutely clear. Does consciousness exist after death? Very important question. What are reincarnation memories? Again, now it is proven they do exist, reincarnation memories, and there are scientific study on this, in particular in Virginia University in United States. They have big lab. They study these reincarnation memories, and they collected a lot of data on this. So you see many questions of this kind. So, and we can formulate these questions in another very interesting form. Has God created brain, or brain created God? So this is very simple question, but to me it's very interesting question. So, in another question, very important question as well, is computer is brain its computer made of meat? Because if we accept our brain as computer, as a part of complicated computer, then we understand, okay, so it's just computer made from organic stuff. Then it's possible to replicate it in other way. And that's why there are a big line of development now in cybernetics. They try to replicate human brain. But big question, whether it's possible or not. So if we believe that consciousness is inside the brain, then of course we can make a model of this. If we understand that brain is only a receiver of information and transducer of information, then we understand that it's much more than just elements. So there are many questions of this kind, and there are no answers, definite answers. So either you believe in this or you believe in that. So it's the same as ancient question about materialism and idealism. Either you believe in materialism or you believe in idealism, in spirituality. So it's just the way how we belong to. And of course, we know how brain operates. It was a lot of attempts to prove that just by influencing brain, it's possible to create, for example, mystical experiences. In particular, it was very well-known story about God helmet. It was developed a special helmet where they introduced magnets, and by inducing magnetic field to the brain, they generated some experiences. And it was a lot of discussion that it may be like a God helmet. But finally it was found that it's very limited. So it's not possible to replicate some complicated topics. Then of course we have many scientists by, just several names, by Penfield, very famous neurosurgeon who spent his life in neurosurgery. And finally he told that higher mental functions such as consciousness, reasoning, imagination, and will are not produced by the brain. Mind is non-physical phenomenon interacting with the brain, you see. And this is, it was from top-level neuroscientist who was Nobel Prize winner. Another, Sir John Eccles, who was granted a king knighthood. Again, so it was very famous neurophysiologist. Humans have non-material mind belonging to the material world that acts upon and influenced by the material brain, which belongs to the physical world. So understand that brain belongs to physical brain, but mind and consciousness belongs to non-physical. And now we have many experiments of this kind. We have very interesting books that discuss this topic, and not just discuss. It's not philosophy, but give very clear evidences. One of the name is Andrew Newberg. It is American neuroscientist who study brain activity in the process of meditation, in the process of some deep mystical experiences. And he is proving that this is not just simple process, but it's very, very complicated process. So then you can find this book. Then books is other neuroscientists who study this process, and again they make experiments proving that it's not just some areas of the brain like in epilepsy, but it's much more complex process, because it was a lot of discussions that in altered state of consciousness we have activity of the brain similar to epilepsy, but not the same. You know, famous saying of Salvatore Dali: the only difference between myself and madman that I am not a madman. So it's very, very deep philosophical meaning. So this question is, can mind operate outside the brain? Can consciousness directly influence the physical reality? And our research, our study, is dedicated just to solve this question. So let me show you some of our results, some of our data. Okay, so for many years, I'm developing this line of study. Consciousness influence to physical sensors, consciousness influence to water, influence of people to each other, telepathy, direct vision, mental training, energy of active zones, influence of active zones to people, energy transformation after death. And in all those years, because I'm involved in this practically for 30 years in this type of research, I was able to meet top-level people in the world, outstanding people, people who are top-level healers in the world, top-level psyche people in the world. So I was really lucky, and I became a friend of many of them. And we developed a map of altered states of consciousness. Idea based on electroencephalography patterns of the brain and bioelectrography, so or electrophotonic patterns of the brain. So we combine these two lines, and it was big research together with Swedish Academy of Science, and it's published, and you can find this in my book as well, description. So you see, those are different levels of creativity. So we tell about relaxed body, and the highest is sleep. We tell about aroused body, and the highest level is panic. We tell about some normal people. Then different frequency of brain functioning, and different condition of mind, and different assets we also see. And this area you can define as altered state of consciousness. So from one hand, this deep relaxation and meditation. From other hand, it is creativity and transition of different trance states. And of course, so it's not waking condition, sleep, so we see it's all related to these different situations. And it's based on very many years of research. So altered state of consciousness is not only psychic people, but it is a lot of practical situations for people. For example, it is shown that mothers in the process of breastfeeding, they transform to altered state of consciousness. Same as mothers after delivery, babies, very often they transform to altered state of consciousness. People after serious surgery sometimes transform to altered state of consciousness, and they don't understand where they are, they don't understand reality, they don't have normal behavior, and this may be even dangerous. It may be excitation, it may be depression, it's different situations. And of course, the highest level of this is a study of healing process. And again, I was able to study top level healers. For example, this is Eric Brain from United States. And Eric is developing of reconnective healing. And this is really a very strong line. And we did a lot of study with this. Okay, that's my video. So it's okay? So, of course, we've been measuring people. This is big effect of his healing process. But what's interesting, it's possible to measure with Sputnik. And for example, you see this is a very clear process. So this measurement is Sputnik for 8 hours continuously. And typically, when I do this type of measurement, I prefer Sputnik running in offline mode, not to be dependent on the internet. So you see, this is the beginning of the motion. And people are getting some change. You see, this is some activity, some peaks. This is break, lunch break, and energy drop down. Then after lunch, it increases a little bit. Typically, people are sleeping after lunch, like we have almost practically without saying. And then at this moment, Eric is coming, and start his presentation. But his presentation is not just speech; it is tremendous energy. Every good presenter, every good lecturer presents with energy. And you see, it is very high response of 2 hours, and then it came to something. So, and this type of graphs, we had many times, it's not just once. We have a book of this. In this book, so it is Eric wrote something, then it's Gary Schwartz and Dr. William Tiger. And you know, Gary Schwartz is professor from Arizona University, Dr. William Tiller, he's emeritus professor of Stanford University. So they've been using their own equipment. I was using Sputnik and viral, and we all came to one and the same conclusions. So the main conclusion was that under the influence of strong healing process, we have transformation of space, transformation of environment. And it's not only Eric, there are many people of this kind. That's an example of Dr. Johnny Spencer from the United States. He's a fantastic person, really fantastic. And I pay attention to this name because he has very important books. He's a scientist, very deep scientist. He is using a lot of instruments. He's a tremendous presenter, fantastic presenter. And he is very dedicated to everything. For example, for him, it's typical to start his session at 6 a.m. in the morning. So people are coming to the audience at 6 a.m. Then they have 2 hours of meditation and training. Then they have a lunch break, breakfast break. Then they proceed for the whole day. And day by day, he is doing this. Christos Drosinakis, he's a very strong healer, fantastic healer, really fantastic. He's a wonderful person. He's from Greece, and mostly he works in Germany. So he lives partly in Greece, partly in Germany. And he is doing wonders. I can give you just one example. My mother-in-law had clinical depression for 20 years. It was clinical depression. She was talking about suicide all the time. She was crying all the time. She was in bad mood. And it was related to big extent. She had hydrocephalia of the brain. You know. So, and it was for 20 years. Of course, medication, of course, some trying to do something, but everything was in vain. 2 sessions of Christos Drosinakis, 1 and next day. And now we have 10 years, no depression at all. She's smiling, she's in good mood all the time. She has a lot of physical problems, a lot. But she's in good mood all the time. And she's smiling, she's very good. 2 sessions of Christos, you see. Victor Filippi, he's really fantastic person. I love him very much. He's German, but his part of his life was in Russia because he belonged to the family that moved to Russia after German Revolution. And then it was many stories. I can tell you it's another very interesting process. And then coming to Germany in 1991, he organized Psyche Society. Now in his society, there are thousands of people. In 1991, he came to Germany without anything, with big family, with 3 children. In 1999, he was able to buy a castle in Germany, big castle. And then he renovated this castle, like medieval castle, and he lives in his castle. He has his clinic in this castle, big park around, everything is beautiful. So, and he's very, very prosperous and very famous. And he's a great healer, of course. So, and I did many sessions with them, with 50, typically 50, 100 people. And it was demonstrated that for all people being there, stress level comes down for all people. And but of course we understand that stress either comes down or keeps on normal level. So it's important. And energy typically increases for most of people. So it's mass sessions with many people. People was measured before and after. And of course we can see this on chakras. So before, after, we can see like this. And of course we did many measurements with Sputnik. Victor Filippi, with him we did several sessions when he was sending intention from Germany to Russia. And you see this moment when he was sending his intention, and you see it's clear response of Sputnik. And we had many experiments of this kind. Then it was many meditation sessions as well. And typically in meditation sessions, typically energy drops down in the audience. It's very typical. So it was meditation sessions with Joe Dispenza, and you see in the moment of meditation, energy drops down. It's very, very typical. But what was interesting that you see, we've done measurements with Joe Dispenza for 4 days in sequence. So in every day, you see this beginning, then break, then next session, energy drops down, then break, then next session, energy drops down. Next day, same process, drops down, up, drops down, up, drops down, up, drops down. But you see, day by day, the average energy is. So what does it mean? It means that when we have some room and people are meditating in this room, they change the energy of the room. And this is not just spiritual, it is physical process. I can explain you physical mechanism of this, but to understand you how it is important, I can give you just one example. We have a group of one society, meditative society in Russia, spiritual society, and they did very interesting experiment. Members of the society, some of them, they was from aviation, military aviation, and they made agreement with some authorities. So it was plane. It was a group of people sitting on the plane, military plane, and this plane came up to the higher atmosphere. You know, the commercial planes, they fly at 10,000 meters. This plane was flying at 14,000. Because at 14,000, of course, it's less air, so it's much easier to fly, but it's much higher radioactivity. That is why commercial planes, they don't fly up higher because of radioactivity, because it would be too dangerous for people to be exposed to this radioactivity. So we are exposed when we fly, but to some extent. So, and we can measure radioactivity. We have instruments, of course. In Russia, we have plenty of those instruments. So they've been measuring radioactivity being on this plane, high altitude. And they start meditating, and level of radioactivity dropped down. Significantly dropped down. And it was again repeatable experiment, not once, they did it several times. It was all recorded. So it was absolutely clear effect on the environment. And this effect has memory, so it may be kept for several days. We don't know how long, but for several days. So we had many meditation sessions of this kind with different people. Of course, one of the type of meditation, this is music. That is why I love music and I like to study music. And to my mind, music, live music has tremendous effect. And I was lucky to study top-level singers in the world. You know, this is Dmitry Forostovsky, René Fleming. Those are top-level singers, modern singers. And several years ago, they came to St. Petersburg. And it was several sessions of, they did movie. They are singing in the palaces of St. Petersburg. And I was invited by the organizers to be present there and to make measurements. So in several sessions, we had audience. In several sessions, it was only them and some crew. So it was only technical crew. And in all sessions, we were able to detect the influence of their singing to the atmosphere, to the environment, to Sputnik. So it is movements, you see. This is the ground level, then they sing, so and and you see this is increase of sensations. Then she stopped. It was not a concert, but it was a technical moment. So she was singing. Then they stopped for 10-15 minutes just to organize. Then Dmitry Korotkov is singing. Then again they stop. Then you see this is broke down. Then break. Then Dmitry Korotkov is singing, and huge big. You see this. And you see this increase from this level to this level. Huge. Then a little break. Then René Fleming again you see huge peaks. Then break. Then Dmitry Korotkov. Then here they sing together. You see? And you see the difference between breaks. And of course we have all statistics because we can easily get statistics. Then it was big break. But to my mind, this room was charged by their energy. And that's why energy was coming down, coming up. And then by the end, of course, they were a little bit tight, so it came down a little bit. And you know, of course, we've done measurements with different types of musics, but music should be live. It should be real music played by top level musicians. This is absolutely different from digital music. That's why you know that for sensitive people, they hear difference between digital music and, for example, this non-digital, old type of music. And very interesting, we have a group of colleagues who are developing a study with dolphins. And they make it in Gibraltar. And they come to the shore and they play flute. And dolphins are coming from the sea. Wild dolphins. They come and they listen to the music. So they violin, flute, they like it. They're coming. But when they try to play digital, dolphins doesn't come. They doesn't respond to this. For them, it's not a music at all. Because their sensitivity is much higher than ours. We are very short sensitivity. Okay, so, and this, of course, is interesting to measure musicians as well. So it was very distinct measurement. It was one of the top level orchestra conductor in the world, top level. He's world famous. And it was his measurement before conducting symphony, and this is after. And you see the difference. So it's understandable that all musicians, real musicians, they have tremendous effect. Very interesting effect of rock music. You see, initial condition, then after. But if you see to the line of this, then its line is not simple. So rock music always create increase of energy, always, but then inevitably decrease. For example, for me, this increase may be for 2 minutes, then decrease. For young people, this increase may be for 20 hours, 40 hours, but then decrease. That is why we know that musicians, they have the longest lifespan between all other professions. And I can tell you, I can show you data. It's a very interesting data we have. It's a very big study done by several professors in Russia. So musicians have the longest lifespan. And you know what instrument has the highest effect? Can you guess? How do you think? What instrument has the most beneficial effect for lifespan? No, not piano. No, not violin. I can tell you. It's harp. Harp musicians, they have the highest life longevity compared with all other musicians. That's interesting. But unfortunately, rock musicians, they have the shortest. Rock musicians, They have the shortest lifespan between all other professions and even compared with other professions. Because it's huge increase of energy, but then decrease. And many of them, they use drugs, they use alcohol, they use some stimulation to stimulate their energy. Okay, now I want to show you several examples, just examples of how it works. This example of parenting experiment that I did last year, or this year? Yeah, last year. It was in big temple in Moscow. And in this temple, we have icon. This icon, Holy Mother, was presented to Russia from Byzantine in 12th century. So imagine, so 1,000 years ago. And this icon was considered as holy icon in Russia always. And somehow it survived all problems, all disasters in Russia. And in Soviet time, it was given to the museum. It was kept in museum. Now it's given back to the church. And in one of Moscow temples, they have this icon. So I was allowed to put Sputnik just nearby this icon and to take measurement during all the Sunday ceremony. And you see how it looked like. This is beginning of the measurement. So people are getting here. How changing. Then here you see the speed. And it is beginning of Psalter reading. So it's one priest who is staying and reading Psalter. And you see this absolutely clear. Then it is coming down. Here, the second, it is choir, beautiful choir, they start singing. And again, you see this very clearly here. And big difference between this type of energy coming down and this type of energy coming down. Then this is beginning with service, and you see energy is coming up. Here it was coming down, it's coming up. And this looks to the speed, hugely. So it is a very special ceremony in Russian Orthodox Church. It is very beautiful ceremony when different priests with big robes, choir is singing very loudly, people are singing, so it's very big difference. So, to my mind, it's clear reflection of all moments of this ceremony. At the same time, we have parameter like activity of space, and I will show you how we can measure this parameter. And this activity of space was very, very calm, very calm. But then I've done measurements nearby the icon that I've shown you, and outside of the icon. It's the same church, but in two different places. And you see, this is nearby the icon, this is outside. 10 meters difference. In the same place. But you see the difference. And you see this in two different places, absolutely the same meters. So that's again indication for us that it was really effect of this icon. And of course it had tremendous effect on people as well. Big difference before, after for many people. Then next day, I was able, on next night or this night, I was able to take readings in another church where it was a concert, classical music concert. And again, it was a reflection of different moments of this concert. It was actually clear response of sensor to different moments of the concert. It was live presenting, of course, so it was absolutely clear. Then next day, or several days, we were allowed to take measurements at different cemeteries. And in Moscow, there are several cemeteries. And one cemetery is very famous because this is a cemetery where they bury top-level people of Russia. From the end of 19th century in Moscow, it is very, very special. Only government can allow for a person to be buried in this cemetery. And those are part for political leaders. For example, it was grave of Brezhnev, of Yeltsin over there, so top level leaders. Then there are part for top artistic people, different part for top levels artists. And I was able to take measurement nearby the grave of Chekhov. You know Chekhov. It is world famous writer and playwright, and I love him very much. I read all his books, all his novels, and I've seen all his plays, of course. I was studying his life in details, so he's a very fantastic person. He's a womanizer. He had thousands of women in his life, thousands, not hundreds. And he's a fantastic person, of course. Great, of course, writer, and very big soul, very big heart. All his life, he was helping his family, other people. He was spending money mostly on charity, most of his money. And we done measurements, and you see, it was a huge difference between measurements in the church and on the cemeteries. So we had one cemetery, this nice cemetery, another cemetery, it was a new cemetery where it was buried unknown people, unknown bodies. And you see, this is not just the difference of energy, but the type of activity. You understand? This is the biggest difference. So, and of course, when we calculated this parameter of environmental activity, those are in levels, and those are cemeteries. And later on, we'll discuss with you what does it mean. So this is just one example. Another example, of course, it is we have many. For example, this is a very interesting type of release. When we see this so-named distant emission, you see. And in our new instruments, we have this dynamic mode, so we can study this. So when we tell about entities, when we tell about some psychic process, sometimes we can see this distant emission. And this is, of course, repeatable process. And to me, it is like a laser type emission from fingers. You know, in some movies, you see witch that produce laser, like light. So it's real. So we have this process here. And we detect, because you see this light detects far away, quite far away from the main image. So it's not just some, and it's not artifact because we can see this in dynamics. And we can study this. Then I was involved in telepathy. In Soviet time, I was deeply involved in telepathy research and communication with submarines and our cosmic stations. So it was a big project with big money in Russia. And I was deputy director of the laboratories which was studying this. So it was an interesting process. And in our system, we didn't transfer images or words. We transformed emotions from one person to another person. So, of course, it was specially selected people. So it was first moment to select people. They should be sensitive to each other, and they should be able to communicate with each other. And then, after selecting these people, we were able to study their intercommunication in the distance. So both people are wired to different equipment. Typically, of course, it's electroencephalography obligatory with brain mapping, and typically our instrument, electrophotonic instrument, in different modes. And both people were sitting there, and then one person sent emotions to another person. And we did this experiment later on in the mountains, in Nepal mountains. You see this. We had many experiments of this kind in Venezuela. And it was found that in this process, people create so-named virtual brain. So their brains operate in synchronized mode. And it is very, again, repeatable effect. Same effect, very interesting. We have for people being in love. Again, to people, when they are in deep love, they generate this virtual brain. And their brains operate in synchronized mode. And if we are measuring people in this process, then we can see this process of sending intention, sending emotion. So this is the process of transforming thought to state of consciousness. This is time. This is energy. And this transforming thought to state of consciousness. So this is deep meditative state. And then this is the moment of sending intention, sending emotion. You see, it's very precise and repeatable moment. No, this is measurement from one person. And other person has a response to this, of course, same way. We have a lot of research with water measurement, with people influencing these water sensors. And you see, sometimes it's very interesting. For example, this is initial time dynamics of water, when we're measuring this initially with two sensors. And then someone sending intention to this water. And you see, very clear effect. So it was before and after. So again, it's absolutely clear difference. It may be positive influence or it may be negative influence like this. Or it may be dynamic influence like this. But in all cases, it's statistical difference. We had a very interesting experiment when we had 5 bottles of water. In the morning, they were standing in our lab, labeled with different colors. And one person from Japan, he had the intention to send intention to one of the color, to one bottle. And then at midday, we did this measurement. And you see, typical signal from water. It's like this, it's quite stable, and this is very clear. Only for one bottle. So we had big session of these experiments, and in 80% it was clear effect, but not always it was correlated by color, not always, but still it was very clear effect. We have many experiments that we are doing with Lynn McTaggart. This is a very interesting lady. She's from Britain. She wrote several interesting books. Now she's preparing a new book. Her books are very well known. The first book was The Field. Then it was Intention Experiment. Then it was several other books. She is running a session she's running a newspaper under the name What Doctors Did Not Tell You About, and where they present clinical data on the negative effects of different medications and different treatments. And it's very popular because they do a lot of interesting materials. And we had water staying in our lab, or different sensors. And then we are sending image like this to her. She presented by internet to thousands of people. And then at some agreed moment, those people send intention to our lab. So it is very precise. And we always have this effect, always. The last experiment of this kind we did in November. And it was again very clear statistical effect. So we do it with water, in parallel with water, with sensors. So another example of this experiment was again in September, where it was 11 people from Russia who was sending intention to our lab. And I had two bio devices, one with Sputnik, another with water sensor. And I turned on those devices around 9 o'clock in the morning. Then I closed lab and left. So it was nobody in the room. And all devices was running in totally automatic mode, offline. So then I came back by 6 p.m. and after this I did analysis. So you see, this is area, and this green column, it is moment when they're sending their intention for half an hour. And you see it's clear statistical difference with signal before and signal after. So in both sensors, energy dropped down. And we have another parameter, the standard deviation. So standard deviation increased tremendously at this moment. So it is absolutely clear effect. And this data I explain, discuss in this book, because in this book I had many other examples, many other moments. I have another book, that discuss our experiments of the environment. So let me show you some moments of the environment. It's another experiment that we had. We have a big line in Russia when they teach blind people to see without their eyes. So this line is developing in Russia from 1970s. Now we have two groups at least who train this. So they teach blind children to see, and they can read books being blind, with blindfolded. And you see, it's very interesting that they can read books upside down. Some of them, most talented, they can read books without opening this book. They can take a book in their hands and they can read it. But most of them, they just behave as normal people. And of course, we did many experiments with them. We presented some images on the computer. And then we are measuring response of them to this image on time, on parameters. And we proved that they transform to altered state of consciousness. And on electrophotonic readings, it's absolutely clear demonstration of their transformation to altered state of consciousness. And we have these centers, they do this. We have this paper published in journal, private journal, about this phenomenon. And it's very interesting because they really, people behave, children mostly behave like normal life without seeing anything. So it's interesting. Then of course, after this experiments, but it's different story. I have it in the book as well. Now, it's interesting story about measuring energy of space with Sputnik. Idea based on 5 elements of nature. So in principle, we can measure all 5 elements of nature. And we have this Sputnik, we can measure water as well. And we know that water is very sensitive. If we have time, I can tell you about water. But water can influence to pray. For example, it's gospel songs, or Gaian mantra, or Koran prayer. In control, of course, it's nothing. Then we did many experiments with solar eclipses. In particular, in Novosibirsk, it was big solar eclipse, total solar eclipse in Siberia. And we had 6 instruments in the area. And all 6 instruments was doing measurement. So, and all instruments, they detected very clear effects. So it was big variation of signal before sun eclipse and very stable signal after. So all 6 sensors, they had this effect. So it was absolutely clear for all these sensors. We had many experiments of this kind. Let me show you something else. For example, this is very interesting as well. In far north of Russia, we have islands, so named Solovki Islands. And on this island, it is very old monastery. And it was far away in far north of Russia. So in wintertime, before it was impossible to come there, impossible. Now, of course, we can use helicopters, we can use modern technique, but in wintertime, it's very difficult. But it's beautiful islands. They have big monastery, and still this monastery, now this monastery, it's active. There are monks. In Soviet time, it was a concentration camp, Gulag, at this island, and thousands of people was killed at this island. So it is special history. And there are not only one island. There are little island nearby. And in this island, there are Celtic circles, spirals. And you know that this type of Celtic spirals, dolmens, there are a lot exist in Europe, a lot. For example, in France, in Normandy, it's a huge area with dolmens. In Corsica, it is again big area with ancient dolmens and spirals. In Denmark, in Sweden, there are again a lot of dolmens, a lot of spirals from Celtic times. So we did measurements inside and outside. And you see it was absolutely clear difference inside the spiral and outside. So energy measured with sensor inside was much higher than outside. And it was, we did it for several days. Every day it was a repeatable measurement. And then of course we measured people being outside and inside, and you see big difference. So blue bars, those are people measured outside, and then red bars, it's same people after being inside. And you see it's absolutely clear difference for 5 people. And next day, again, very big difference. You see, because advantage of our instrument BioWell, that you can measure with Sputnik, and then you can measure people as well, before and after. That's advantage. Another very interesting example, it's expedition to the Lost World in Venezuela. We had big congress in Venezuela, and at this congress we met former President Chavez as well. Of course, it was a different story. And then we took little planes like this, and were flying for 4 hours by plane. You can imagine, on this little plane. So it was an adventure. And we came to the border between Venezuela and Brazil. In this border, there are Indian settlements. So you can go by cars, of course, somewhere from the airfield. But then there are no roads anymore. And you need, for 3 days, you need to go through jungles, prairie. And it's interesting by itself because we sleep in tents. There are many animals around, snakes, different animals, jungles around. So it's really adventure, wonderful adventure. And finally, we are coming to big wall. And this wall, it is 800 meters wall, absolutely steep, totally steep. So there are only one pass through crevice up to this wall, along this wall. And when you go through this crevice, you need to go several times through the waterfalls. So it is a big waterfall and you need to go through this. So it's interesting by itself. So of course, finally you are totally wet. You are just, it's impossible to keep something dry. But finally you are coming to the top. And at the top, it's very special vegetation. It is special type of animals. Locals tell that there are little dinosaurs living here, but they are very shy, so they are hiding all the time. So it's very difficult to find them. And I did measurements, of course, at the bottom, nearby the sea. then during all the trip in Grand Savannah, then at the top of this Rime mountain. And then it was several days, we spent there several days, 3 days, and then coming back again. And of course, it was big influence to human energy, you see, before and after, for all people, because there's a big expedition of Russian Academy of Science. So there were several people, many scientists. And you see, this is human energy before and after being in Rime area. And this is from diagram program. Because in diagram program, you know that we may have negative numbers. So this is parameter from diagram program. So you see, day by day before, and then 2 days after. And it's another person, next person. So, and it was kept for several days after this. And of course, it was clear, as I've shown you, influence to sensor, to Sputnik sensor. Then we had many expeditions to different parts of the world. For example, in Venezuela, there are Canaima River. And again, we came there by boat. And there are animals living there around. Then it's very difficult, it's very dark, but we've seen big anaconda coming there along the river, huge anaconda. I don't know how big it is, because you don't see all this, but they are there. So that's why locals told us, please don't go into the river by night. It may be dangerous because they are too big, the anacondas. There are no crocodiles, but... And we did measurements, of course, all the way. But our final goal was Angel Waterfall. This is the biggest waterfall in the world, you know, Angel Waterfall. And you can go there only by helicopter or by river. And we came there by river. It was again a very interesting trip for a week. And then there I did measurements in jungles, and it was huge difference in energy outside and nearby this waterfall. Really huge difference. Then it was an interesting expedition to Colombia, Sierra Nevada mountains. There are tribes of Indians. They keep their traditions for thousands of years. So for thousands of years, they have their type of life. And you see, they have their clothing. To come there, it is very difficult. There are practically no roads, some directions only, and sometimes it's very complicated to go there. But finally, you come to beautiful valley, and people are living there. They keep their tradition. Of course, they communicate with civilization, but they have agreement with Colombian government, so agreement that they have their independent area. And their chief, he speaks fluent Spanish, of course local language, fluent Spanish. He participates in meetings of indigenous people in New York, in the United Nations. So he speaks mobile phone. And I've done many measurements over there, of course, for people, for environment. But the most interesting was measurement at their temple, because they have their temple. And they claim that this temple was organized by aliens coming from stars. And they have special dances, of course. And you see that all energy in all this valley was very nice, very calm, very nice, so beautiful. But in the temple, inside the temple, they have big stone, and on this stone, their elders communicate with higher planes. They come there and they communicate. For example, we came there by August. In February, they've told to our colleagues in Colombia that, you know, that we were told that after summer, some Russian people, some Russian scientists will come to us. So I had no idea that they would come, but they told this in February, and then it was somehow organized. And you see, just at this particular stone, energy operations there, stable, here, stable, and at this particular stone, high variation of energy. So again, it's very interesting process. Then, of course, I did measurements at different places. For example, in England, they have many interesting places with Vikings or people there. And you see like this. It's in Britain, it's very interesting. And it was many cases. But the most interesting was I put one sensor inside the stone. There's a biggest stone. And this stone is considered a Celtic stone. And I put sensor inside the stone. And you see that in all other sensors, it was several sensors, energy was very calm. But at this particular stone, inside the stone, it was very high relation of energy. And you understand, stone is not conductive. It's just a stone, a huge slab. You've seen this on the picture. So it is not physical principle why in this particular stone should be this high energy. But it was very clear measurement process. Then, of course, in different places, crop circles. You know that in England they have crop circles in Southampton area every summer. And there are a lady under the name Lucy Pringle, who is doing research of these crop circles every year. And every year she invites a group of scientists to come there. So we were lucky to come to this particular crop circle on Saturday, and it was organized on Friday night. So, you know that crop circle, they look very interesting. And I was able to do measurement like this. And you see, it was outside of crop circle, very stable energy. And then inside of crop circle. So if we compare, we see this very big difference. Outside and inside of crop circle. So it's absolutely clear. Then, of course, different churches, yogi centers, Peru. And in Peru, we did measurement with shamans in Urubamba Valley. And it was long ceremony. This ceremony was nearby the river. So it was nice wind coming around. We had a group of people and shamans who was doing this ceremony. And you know that in the middle of ceremony, image of this metal cylinder transformed from this to this. You understand this? Metal cylinder, it is just metal. So how it is possible to have this transformation? I don't understand. From physical point of view, because it's absolutely different physical process. One process would be just less than it's understandable. But why this second circle? No, it was standing outside. No, please have a look, Those are shamans sitting here. They were sitting, and this is sensor. It was not Sputnik, but it was sensor and big camera by the time, but it was staying outside. No one touched it, of course. No one was nearby of this. And you see again, it was outside. It was wind coming. So we understand it was no physical influence. But you see, and then slowly, by the end of ceremony, it came back. Restore normal image. So that's, if you look to the graph, you see this graph like this. You see? So it's again, it is clear effect of this mental process. And it's another story. Okay, so now, of course, it's another story. Now let's do as follows. you see this sensor staying here. And now I have 1.5 hours of my talking, and it's running in offline mode. Now I add label. You don't see it, but it's here. And now I suggest you as follows. Let us sit together, relax, and let us meditate for 10 minutes, trying to send your intention to this sensor. Try to send intention to this sensor for 10, maybe a little bit more minutes. And then later on, we'll process this data after the break, and we'll see what's going on. Okay? So please relax, and let's try to meditate. And in the process of meditation, you should send your energy, your intention to this sensor, of course, positive intentions. Okay, thank you. Now we stop this. Okay, now we have break. Sputnik will be running for the break, and then after the break, we'll make analysis and I will explain in details what we are doing. Okay, let's have a break.
Coffee in 3 minutes. Да, вот хорошо, сейчас сахар, молоко, да. Аня. No, We used it yesterday, not like, so I don't know. Okay, I'm going to see if I can find it small.
I'm very interested in that.
Так, Танечка.
Секретная.
Секретная, да, я просто не следил за ним.
Ничего страшного.
Нет, там просто могло остановиться. Неважно. Да,
Продолжай.
остановилось. Нет, оно остановилось. Сейчас, ну это не важно. Это как бы, оно действительно остановилось, но какое-то время писало. Так, давайте.
То есть надо
сейчас
сидеть рядом и
да,
показывать признаки жизни.
Ну, его надо либо было ввести в моду, когда он засыпает. Ну, забыл. Это сейчас не важно. Главное, его шевелит. Да. Okay, so let's move forward. Okay, so you've seen that for 2 hours, 20 minutes, we were recording this situation. So now what I do, and it was all in offline mode. You understand this? Now I need to stop this process. Stop, yes. now it stopped. Let's wait. Let's hope that this computer will be running okay. Now I need to go to BioWell. I hope that we are online. Yes. Okay. So now I need to open this BioWell as well again. This. And I go to my account. Okay, Tanchka, is different keyboard. Мне цифры набрать, Цифры здесь не стану. Ага. А, давайте. А сейчас английский. А, значит, понятно. Okay, here. Okay, here we are. Okay, so you see that what I've done. First, I was using this computer to record everything. Then I came to my own account on this computer and I downloaded this from Sputnik to this computer. Now I can go to my another computer and because it's more convenient for me to operate with this computer, and then I will show you processing of data on this computer because it's more convenient for me. So you see, advantage is as follows. So we can take readings on one computer, then operate another computer, then go home, operate with said computer. So we are not dependent on the computer. So if it crashes, it doesn't matter. It all works by itself. You see, so let's do processing of data. I hope. Okay, yes. Okay, here we are. And you see what we see. We have this. Let's take one line. Okay, we can, of course, we see this line. For us to understand what does it mean. Your internet connection is unstable. Let's hope. So we need to make processing of data. So I press this button, statistics. Okay, this is statistics. And first I need to put this 0 and pay in statistics mode. I don't make these marks on the real graph, not to change anything. Then I can add labels, and let's make it in 30 minutes. Okay, close. Now I can go to calculate, and I calculated this graph. So what does it mean? It was beginning of our, and we came to some stable moment, and then 5, it was beginning of our meditation process. And we can see, of course, different parameters. So this is area. Then let's see, this is intensity, we don't see anything. Energy, we don't see. Deviation. Okay, on deviation, we can see some. I see that it's not, I don't like this. Let's make it other way around again. So, okay, we can do what we can do. We can add a 0 label here. Statistics. So 0 label here. Then add labels. And let's make labels every 10 minutes. Calculate. So this is much more clear for this processing, for this data. Okay, so you see, here we have start, it is 11. You see, 11, and stop, it is 14. So from 11 to 14. So on area, we don't see any effect. We see this beginning. Then it was beginning, then it came to some quite stable level and was kept at this stable level. Let's go to intensity, no effect, energy, but let's go to deviation. Again, so it is 11, start, 12, 13, 14. So here we see very clear effect. It was, you see, increase of deviation and some level. Here. So again, this preparation process, it takes practically 40 minutes, 10 minutes. You understand, every bar is 10 minutes. So it took 40 minutes to prepare the process. Then it was something in our discussion, some effects. Then it came back to same level. Then it started increasing somehow from 7 after 1 hour. It was somehow related to discussion. And then it came to this level, 8. And it was kept for this level for some time. So when I make this mark, beginning of meditation, start. After this, we started our meditation. So in the beginning, it was no effect, no real effect. But then it came to really significant moment. You see. So in the middle of meditation, decrease deviation. What does mean deviation? Let's discuss step by step. So we have energy area. Let's go back and to understand parameters. That's important for us. Let's go back. If we take each, doesn't matter, would it be a finger or would it be a metal cylinder, we have a set of parameters. So we have size of images technical size of image. Then we have dimensions of this ellipse, ellipse. We have in the circle radius. This is radius. We have area. Amount of pixels in this image. Yesterday I've shown that we are doing processing. We have black and white image. Then we clean out background based on some principles, mathematical principles. And then we have this image. So we calculate the amount of pixels in this image. Normalized area is very important parameter for fingers. Relation between area and the area of inner oval, because area of inner oval is our fingerprint. You may have big one, little one, and if we take this normalized area, we are not dependent on the size of finger. That's why in all statistics this parameter operates very significant. Energy, we calculate the energy of light. And density to area for every pixel. This means energy with some coefficient. Again, with some principle we can find this. In the noise, very important parameter for fingers. This amount of pixels inside. This is very important parameter. In the contour lens. This is lens of this internal contour. This we can see as more detailed. So this is spectrum, and you see the spectrum. We can move it, and you see we change this. So this is spectrum of light. So we are measuring photons in some spectrum. So this is reflection of spectrum of light. Here it is presented in computer numbers. It may be recalculated to frequency or nanometers, maybe. But for us, it's important this size of this orb. And you see, then we apply different colors, depending on these different parts of spectrum. And we may have this on different principles. So we have this black and white. Then we apply this type of color principle, another type of colors. Then we can, of course, apply these sectors. And then we can apply this inner contours. You see. So that's how we do this. So you understand spectrum, it's very important part because this. And in calibration, we just calibrate to have the same spectrum for all metal cylinders. Then we have isoline. Isoline is measurement of fractality. Do you know what does mean fractality? You know? Do you know? Do you understand what does mean fractality? Hmm?
Can you explain?
Yeah, let me explain to you. Because this is simple. It was the notion of fractality came from very practical tests. Let's imagine we have C line. So this is a short line. This is C, this is France. And along the shore. Okay, we take one map, we are measuring this distance on the map. We have number. from here to here. Okay, maybe 1,000 kilometers. Okay, let's take map with another scale. Same place. We are measuring same line, it will be 2,000 kilometers. Because with more higher scale, we have more details here. So in here we see much more details of this line. You understand this principle? So it means, and it was big enigma for military, how to measure distance on the map. You have a big map, for example, a big globe, you measure distance one distance. You take a little map with big scale. And it was, in reality, it was very difficult mathematical problem. This problem was resolved by a mathematician, French mathematician, Mandelbrot, who developed new mathematics to describe this principle. And it was, its name was fractality. But later it was found that fractality, it is the basis of life. It's the principle of life. Life is fractal. We see, we have three with different branches. So we have three with branches. Something like this, yes? Now let us look to one branch. Same structure. Absolutely same structure, yes? Let's take two little branches. Again, same structure. Let's look to a leaf. Again, same structure. So, and it means resemblance on different. This is named as fractality. Same we have in our body. We have our nervous system and the main nervous channel, then deviation to all extremities, to all organs and systems, and then in every organ and system we have same for a bloodstream, we have main vessels, then little vessels, then up to capillaries. So it was proven that all nature and fractality from other hand, it is non-regularity. When we look to, for example, Gothic cathedral, we see this fractal. When we look to the mountains, it is fractal. Because we see this on the mountain, then we see nearby, we see again same fractal structure. And that is why great architecture and it was found that when we look to primitive subjects, for example, it's a building. All modern building, it's primitive. And people, when people live in modern area where primitive buildings, it makes their brain very boring. And people feel depressed. That's why in modern buildings, they try to make some elements. They try to add some elements, some colors, some elements to make it different, to look different. That's why when we go to nature, we see trees, we see vegetation, and we enjoy just seeing it. That's why when we look to water, what is always structured? Because water never will be like a very rare when it's like a mirror. It is. We have enjoyment when we see this. So it is a very interesting feature of our brain that we enjoy fractal images, and we feel boring when we see regular images. It was proven and found in psychology in the second part of the 20th century. After this strong effect on modern design, modern architecture. So, so we are by these lines, and this is very important coefficient in fractal parameters. And for every image, we have many coefficients of this kind for the whole image and for all segments, for every segment. And those are many parameters. We have a description of those parameters. They show us where is optimal parameters. So you can see this in software. Of course, to operate with parameters, it's quite complex. It's very complicated topic. So don't try to do this from the very beginning. We are using this mostly for research, for statistics. This is important. But for everyday activity, it's more complicated. We, in our programs, we define this or when so in principle you can use it, you can see this, but you need some experience for this. So that's why when we go back to this Sputnik, yes, Prague here, yes. We are measuring several parameters for Sputnik. Understand what that means? Then we are measuring intensity, we are measuring energy, and standard deviation of a signal. So those are several parameters that you can see, and you can see all of them, part of them, and of course related statistics.
Standard deviation, you mean deviation from the mean? What is on the mean line? What do you mean?
Let's imagine we have C and we have a little board. So, and then we have some waves. Then we have some storm, big waves. And of course, when we are in different, so in this case, it is very safe. In this case, it may be dangerous for all. And then both may be overturned and people will draw it. And you see, when you're in the board, it doesn't matter if it is 3 meters deep or 3,000 meters. If you're drawn, you're there. Mostly. So standard deviation is the size of this wave. Of water. So only the size of the wave. And when we have this graph in Biowell, we calculate standard deviation on every 20 points. So we calculate this, and this gives us one number. That is why, if we look to you see here. Here, first we need to have some amount of points. Only then we have this number. Then we move to one point and we have another number. Next number. Then we move to next 1 point. We have next number. And this allows us to create graph. So it is so named in science sliding window. So we calculate standard deviation sliding window. That's why we have this line. Of course, it depends on which. So we are based on some intervals. But from this, that's why standard deviation. And again, let's go to statistics. Let's again add 0. Let's add these labels. 10 minutes. Okay. Close. Calculate. So again, in area, we don't see any effect here. Not at all. Of course, we can evaluate this on parameters. So here we have student test and non-weekly test, parametric, non-parametric test. And it is comparison of two adjustment intervals. So that's why you see here is the beginning equal big difference. Then it is no difference. Because this number should be less than 0.04. So this is statistical. It's not statistical, this again statistical. And it's between level 8 and 7. This is not significant. This is not significant. That's what I'm talking. So it means that in this graph, in those two, they are different intervals. All you understand this, yes? If we go to standard deviation, of course, it is standard deviation. It's by itself evaluation of difference. That's why standard deviation shows us this variation of sigma. So here sigma was little variation, and here it was some big somehow. I don't know why, but it was something. Then it came back to the same level, then it increased activity as a group, and it came to some level. And then we started our meditation here. No difference practically for 20 minutes, but then it came to a big difference. So it was here we have for me 5 minutes, and then it came to it was 10 minutes interval. 10 minutes interval. So of course we can add. Let's try to add to make it in 5 minutes interval. So we can play with different modes. 0, okay. Then we add labels. 5 minutes, okay. Close. Calculate. Same graph, but more detailed. Here, yes, we see this. Practically no difference. Here we have the start. 21. This is start. Practically no difference. And stop is 25. But if we go to standard deviation, we'll start 21 and 25. So you see here we have what we mentioned. At that graph, we see this big difference. Understand? So this is really 24, 25, and it's different from next. So we understand how we make this process with this. And you can, of course, you can save this graph, like picture, like Excel file, whatever you need. Let me show you one more topic. We go to statistics at 0. And then we put this interval. Here we have another parameter, activity level of environment. And you see, this is a very interesting parameter. It calculates on 30 minutes interval with this mode. So for this, you need to have measurement at least for 33 minutes. So these numbers, so it is 30, 50, it is normal activity, what we've been expecting. So it's normal activity. Latest interval, they are much less. That's why it's impossible to do this intervals. But let's try to make another processing. It's interesting for me. Go again to statistics. Okay, labels, and we delete this label, yes, and we delete this label, yes, and then we add labels for 30 minutes. Okay, close, calculate. Okay, so what we have here. So now you see, now I was able to calculate much more with the latest intervals. So it was just 2 hours, because we did measurements 2 hours, 18 minutes. So that's why latest interval. But you see, all the time activity was quite stable, quite nice. And it means that in this atmosphere, in this room, it's very nice activity, very good activity. And this parameter is very, very important for us. You remember I've shown you measurement. Their activity of the environment was 200 something. The highest level of activity we had with Kirill when we did measurements on the roof of the temple of Jesus Christ tomb in Jerusalem. You know, in Jerusalem, you can go at the top of this temple on the roof, and there are settlement of African Christians over there. They live there, and you can stay there and you can take measurements because it's people are coming going, but it's big area, so it's easy. So we did measurements over there, this roof, and there it was the highest level of I ever measured. So it was 500 or something. So it's more than 100, but there it was around 400. So at the moment it was the highest from all other places. And when we take different parameters has different meaning. So when we are measuring activity of environment, we need to take into account all different parameters and need to compare them. Because area, it is evaluation of intensity of environmental station. Standard deviation or energy activity, it is relation of activity. You understand this? It's two different topics.
What do you mean by activity?
You may have nice warm water or turbulent water. This activity, same in the atmosphere. That are good for life, places that are not beneficial. Let me show just some examples. Very clear example. See, this is measurement. You see everywhere this parameter, energy in joules. The energy was different. You see the highest was at the top in joules, but activity was very, very calm, very nice all over the pyramids, both in tunnels and on the top. And this was very clear indication that these areas are beneficial for life. At the same time, this red, it was measured outside of pyramids, where they have one. Sam told me, oh, this stone is not very good for life because it's really very strong out there. So if we are measuring some places, our goal just to take measurement. Then we need to make processing. And with these parameters, we can make the definition, what does it mean? What is good, what is bad? So for example, I've done an experiment. Let me see, what is this? It is somewhere. Here it is, maybe. You see, this is a measurement of area in different places in 2006. So this is, by that time we didn't have this parameter, but you see, it's still big difference. So I have this church as a hill. So those are different churches in England, South Africa. And this one, it's very interesting church. Little church on the hill. And when I came there, I came inside, it was a tomb. Tomb with a knight, laying like this. And it was written there, this is to my dear husband, Sir John, who died fighting with Saracens in 1206. And so from that time, this church was staying there, you see, in England. And in England, you see many cases of this kind because England keeps this tradition. You know, it was so he was there, he was fighting, then he was brought back, noble knight, and he was buried in this church. And you see from that time on, and you see this is IC church. Okay. So let's come back to explanation. The image, it consists from photons. So every point here, this is photon. Maybe not one photon, but it's some photons. So we calculate how many photons we have here. How many? So it's amount of photons. At the same time, every photon has its own energy. And you know that when we calculate, for example, 300 nanometers, 400 nanometers, 700 nanometers, so energy, something of this kind. So ultraviolet photons, they have much higher energy compared with infrared photons. And we have different photons coming here. We have, because we have spectrum of our signal, it's about like this. So we have main in ultraviolet, because visible is here, it's visible. We have main signal in ultraviolet, 340 nanometers, and then it comes down. That is why, but still we have photons with different energy. So intensity for us is measurement of energy of photons. Or spectrum, it's the same. You see. We can tell about energy, we can tell about spectrum, but it's clear, understandable. We can imagine we have a slow moving car and it hits with some energy, but it may be a little damage. Or a fast moving car. It hits, unfortunately, big damage. Yes? So because it's different energy, depending on speed of the car. So same it's different energy, depending on frequency of light. That is why energy is relation of spectrum and intensity. And then we calculate energy that is equal area to intensity with some coefficient, special coefficient. So this is energy. So we evaluate the speed of the car and amount of cars. Yes? You understand this? It's clear now? Yes. Different parameters, they have different meaning. And in every case, you need to see different parameters, and then you should understand what's the meaning of these parameters. And in different situations, it may be different.
As a user, do I need to be concerned about what should be the maximum area and minimum area to use this thing?
Because you see, our goal to understand whether it is good for life or bad for life. Yes? Whether it is. That's why we have this parameter as so we have these parameters and activity of environment. Because it shows us, you see, with these numbers, it's very beneficial for life. When this yellow, it is high activity. You have high activity when you are involved in some activity, when you are in military, when you are somewhere, so it's you need to have high activity of environment. That's good. But when it is in a red zone, it is not very beneficial for life. And you know that we have the notion of geoactive zones. And in geoactive zones, you see this physically. You see transformed trees. You see very strange images over there. In the air, we can detect them. So, and this is very special place. So, with strong energy, when it is strong energy, it's maybe energetic place, but it's not good to be in this place. For example, this is very important when you take measurement at home in different apartments. If you have your bedroom then it should be in this area. In this area, it is very bad. And now we know that it's a reason of many problems for people. When people sleep in the area with high energy, it may be very, very dangerous. They have bad dreams, they have bad sleep, and then finally their health deteriorates. So we live on the Earth. Earth should have a not. We have ionosphere. Ionosphere has positive charge. And this ionosphere, it is created by cosmic activity, by different cosmic rays. First of all, sun activity, but not only, but different activity. So we live in a field. So this great field. And magnetic. When we are staying on the Earth, if you stay on the ground barefooted, you will have this negative charge. It's absolutely clear. Where is ground here? Please tell me. Where is Earth here? Far away. Equipment ground. So all of us now we keep positive charge on our body because of all electrical equipment we charge our body with positive. And this positive charge, it is very bad for health because our cells, they operate on electrical principles. They have electrical barrier. And when we charge this with positive, we activate all our cells on the skin, of course, first of all, then on all the body. That is why we have a strong movement as earthing. You know this process, earthing. When people use different devices and they ground the body. You know about this? Do you know? So it's very interesting system. So that is why environment that's positive charge, but not negative. Then it has very bad effect. Why it may be so? Because we may have underground caves. It may be some caves. It may be some cracks in the ground. It may be water staying underground. And this all creates great turbulence in space because of it. So if you put your house above this crack, it will have very negative energy. So that's the main reason this is underground. Another reason, this is what we have in the air, because we have some winds coming. We have some different types of ionosphere. For example, you know that we have ozone holes. Then again, this generates, and this is just local. Plus, we know that we have very positive effect of vegetation. So if you have trees around, then of course they create very good balance because they generate this negative ions. But if you have antenna, or wires, of course, they create very bad energy. And this is dangerous. Yesterday, you remember our experiment with the mobile phone. And now you can imagine what you have to do with this antenna. And of course, it will be very bad. That is why it's a complex of different factors. And when we are measuring environment, we always use not only Sputnik, but we are measuring electromagnetic background, and very important, we are measuring magnetic, geomagnetic. Time, I can tell you the whole story about geomagnetics if we have time. But this is very important topic, not only electrical, but magnetic, and in particular geomagnetic. So that is why we are in the process of all these influences. And every moment we have these influences, and of course, if we live in good place, we have good effect. If we live in bad, all buildings like this one, with old furniture, old paintings, they have very good effect. And in particular, mirrors, they have very specific effect.
You said before, it's hard to sleep in rooms with a strong energy. Which I can understand this if you sleep in the church, for instance, there's a strong energy. It's hard to sleep in the church.
Let's start from the very beginning of my explanation. You didn't understand anything. Please try to understand what I am saying. Let's imagine we have a seat and little board. Little waves and big waves. So, size of the wave is one parameter. Amount of sea around, it's different parameter. One way you are in little pond, other way you are on the lake, third way you are in the sea. So there's actually different parameters. This is amount of energy, area, or we can transform it to energy. This is amount of energy. This may be more or less. And this is one parameter. And we have standard deviation. It's actually different parameter. Waves you have. What's the size of your point? This is how active it is. So for light, this parameter, not this. That is why you may have very high energy in some particular place, but very stable, very calm. So activity of environment may be very, very stable, but energy may be very high. Or vice versa, energy may be. And for us, it's more important this than this. But at the same time, as I've told, we need to take different parameters and we need to evaluate this. One more topic. You know that. I'm sorry. It was good. Good camera. We are lucky that it wasn't very. But you see, it's very good. Okay, one more important topic. If you take measurement in one and the same place, day by day. It wouldn't be constant because we are dependent on cosmos, on universe. First of all, we are dependent on, and we have one friend, Vadim Sidov in Berlin, who is doing this measurement every day, every morning, and he can follow, he sees this follow-up of moon cycles. You can find his papers on our website. He was presenting at the congresses. So that is why you will see this. Another topic, if you go to some historical place, you want people around, doesn't make sense. You will be measuring people, but not place. If you are measuring in the daytime and at night, different parameters. It will be variation. That's why, of course, it's better if you can take measurements at night. It's much better.
Does it give us tell us something about the quality of the energy? Like energy of a temple is high energy. Energy, say bar, maybe a lot of activities, energy, but quality of the energy.
Quality of energy. This is quality of energy. Understand? So again, you may have different level of energy in different temples, but the quality of energy is just numbers. That is why very important topic. One more topic. Let me explain to you. When you take these measurements, you should take it at least for 33 minutes. You need to have 0 in the beginning, 0. Then you need to have at least 1.2 minutes after. 1. And you need to have it at least somewhere else. Good example. Bad example. And one more. So you need to have at least 3 intervals. 3 intervals, at least. So again, obligatory. 1 point after 2 minutes. Have this standard deviation, and then 2 more points. So you have 3 intervals. If you have less than 3 intervals, it will be no statistics. You understand this? So that's why how we should do it. You should make measurements (34 minutes). Please write it down because it's important. Then you have your graph. You put 0 mark. Then you put another mark at 2 minutes. Then 32 minutes. And by the end. So 1, 2, 3, 4 marks. Then in this range, because it is 30 minutes, you will be able to measure this parameter. So that is why now it is minimum time of measurement, 34 minutes. Later on, of course, we will change it, let's make it less, but at the moment it is what we have. And it's very important if you are measuring some environmental situations. If you don't have this 1, 2, 3, 4 marks, you will have no statistics. And people are surprised why I don't have statistics, because 1, 2, 3, 4 marks. Without this, it's important. Because it's mathematics, no mathematics. Okay? Now it's clear, understand it. Because this is very important topic for us, and you need to understand this.
There was a question in the chat. They wonder why number 33, and also they can't see the 0.
36, 34, doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't.
34, it doesn't matter. 36, 34, right. But to make it precise, just like this. You see, now it's clear, yes? No question.
Please, yes, I have
Okay,
a
very
question.
good. Now let's move to measurement of water.
Sorry, can I ask something?
But for water, I need glasses. Okay, right here.
I have a question about the tags.
No, but you see, do you have your water? I need glass with your water, but not just with water. More interested to measure your water, but not that something. But I'll show you if you bring it in this glass, you have this water, different water in the glass. But you had same water in the glass, so different. Let's take with any type of measurements, particular water. If you had another water in this glass, or if you had was drinking from the glass, of course it's not their glass, it's their with you. Because you see, we have tremendous amount of bacteria everywhere, in our hands, in our mouths. If I drink water, of course I contaminate glass. It's impossible. It's impossible. Be very careful. Now you can of course, it's not the best vial for measuring water, but let's see. Okay, so what I do? Now I need to take water electrode. I hope I have some. So I have water electrodes with me. Okay, so this is water electrode, you see. And what I do, I take biowell, this one or another one, and I connect this water electrode to the biowell, to the metal cylinder. You understand this principle, same principle. And of course I need to connect this Then what typically I like to do, I like to use beer from the beer. That's why I collect them from the beer, because it's very convenient for water measurements. So I take this piece of paper and I make hole, little hole. It's very convenient. So this way you can position it very carefully, you see. So electrode should be in the water, but it should never touch the glass. So that's why it's convenient with this. So it's simple and convenient. Okay, now we have this. Now let's make it, I need to add some. And what's the name of your water?
Energy water.
Energy, okay, let's be energy water. Okay, so that's it. And then I take readings in environmental mode. And you see, take some readings. My computers, and this is this device is set to different special device. Mine. That's why it has different mode. That's why you see it takes readings very fast. You see, it's not because in our BioWell device, 5 seconds. This particular device, it takes readings every 1 second because it's next generation of devices. That's why you see these lines coming very fast. That's why computer not always can present this data. And we need to take measurements for at least 5 minutes. So let's wait while we have 5 minutes.
Why that is the graph going down?
Why what?
I never understand it. The graph, no, the line going down.
I don't know, because it's your water. You see, what is very important for us to understand? Water is not dead, it's a live being. If you have time, I can tell you, I can show you next my presentation about water. Now I'm finishing book, in principle we have finished book, under the name New Scientific Revolution, Water Known and Enigmatic. Where we speak about water. It's a big That is why no one so of course we have to drink water sometimes, but of course it's not very last. When you have this plastic bottle, you never know when it was. Never. That's why you don't know what was what is this. So what is very sensitive. That's why it means what changes. Okay, so now we have this line coming for 25 for 4 minutes. Let's make it 5 minutes. So the best container for water is your system. So I've always told you that if you want to keep water in good stuff, it's your system. And small percentage. More of it in Alexander the Great, when he had his army, he was giving to every commander, he was so we take measurements from this water for 5 minutes. And okay, now we have 5 minutes. Now we can stop. Yes. And then we'll see this graph. Now it's processing data.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Check, check, check. Check sound. No, no. La 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 la. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Check sound. I don't hear myself.
It's coming slowly, but very bad. Okay, now, okay. So now we did this measurement. You see, very unstable measurement. Now let's make another water.
Can you hear me, yeah?
Okay, so now I take this sensor. I put it in normal water. I need to clean it, of course. In normal condition, of course, I need to clean it properly. Some cleansing. Then
It's okay, we can do it.
So now I go to again to environmental mode. Bad internet connection, but we have something. So again, we need to wait 5 minutes. I hope we can be late for lunch, but later on. So I want to show, because you have to leave, so I want to show this. So let's take this reading from this water again for 5 minutes, maybe less, something of this kind. So that is why when we do measurements with water, with liquids, we should be very, very careful, very careful. And now we have this technology, it works very well. I will show you how we can process data. At the same time, we are developing another technologies. And now we have another instrument, his name is Day-Dr.Korotkov. This is a device that looks like biowell, but it has much bigger glass. And this glass is situated in parallel in flat way. And with this instrument, plus this instrument has very little parameters. With biowell, we have fixed parameters. Then we can change power, we can change frequency of signal. So we can study different subjects. We can study water with special installations. We can study leaves, crystals, minerals, plants, so a lot of variety. And this, we have a lot of experience with this. We can find papers on this topic, we can find description on the internet as well. I present this data from time to time at different conferences. So this is very interesting technology, very sensitive technology. This allows us to study structure. For example, with this sensor, you can study different topics. First, we can study water 1 versus water 2. So what we are doing now, we have one water, we have another water. And that's how we do this. So later on we'll see what would be the difference. This is one option. And then you can see parameters of different waters. Of course, still we need to have a device calibrated to make real measurement. Second topic, we can take water, some water. Then, after some time, we need to be sure that signal of water is stable without strong variations. So it may be area, and standard deviation should be again stable. Then we can apply some influence. For example, you want to test some device, or you want to see influence of people to water. And then, after you have stable signal for some time, then you can add this, you can ask person, please send intention to this water. Or you can have some energy device, and with this energy device, you can influence water. And then you see whether it was change of signal or not. So this is very good mode as well, and very important mode. But for this, again, very important to have stable water. Just different waters, they are different. There are stable waters and unstable water. Of course, with distilled water, you have very high stability. But distilled water is dead. That's why distilled water, it is stable, but it is dead. And very unlikely that distilled water would have influence, response to something. So water should be active, alive, but it should be stable for this type of experiment. Of course. This very, very active water, absolutely, you understand. All natural waters, they are very active, natural waters. Of course, the most active waters, they are coming from waterfalls, waters in the mountains, they are very active. No, of course not. Because we don't have this feeling. We don't understand what is good, what is bad. That's why we need technologies like our to understand this. Okay, now we can stop. Oh, still very bad internet, that's why we have this. It's running like this. It's many experiments that we can do, that we done. Okay, so now. So now we have these two waters, and I compare this water with this energy water. So you see, this is energy. So this is, let me see which is which. So this yellow line, it is energy water. This blue line is just simple water, ordinary water. Then, of course, it's better for us to change scale. So you see, big difference in energy. So energy water is really energy. It has much higher energy than this ordinary water. You see big difference. Let's look to another parameters. Let's look to area. In area, same effect. It's predictable. In intensity, no difference. So from spectrum point of view, there, no difference. But energy is different. Let's look to the relation. I don't think there are big difference. Sorry. Of course, we can save all these graphs in Excel files and make statistics. We make the scientific way, of course, we can make statistics. But from the first glance, there are no difference in activity, because duration is activity, but big difference in energy. So energy water is really energy. It has much higher energy. So it's totally in accordance with your expectations, yes? That's why it was charged with power. So I charge somehow the cosmos. So you see how we do this. And this way we can compare different waters. And sometimes it's very funny. So same way you can compare different measurements. Let me show you some very funny measurements. Actually, no internet here, not at all. No internet, so let's go around.
Maybe just dinner time.
Yeah, just dinner time. That's why we don't have it.
Internet goes to the cafe.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
What is the baseline it takes?
we have some statistics on different waters, of course. But so you can collect data from different waters, and then you have different parameters. And of course, it's different in different countries. So, of course, you can do this in different ways. You can travel to different places, collect water samples, take measurements. It's better, of course, to take it in the place. But if you want to take measurement later, you need to take sterilized vial, to put it underwater, and to close underwater without air. That's important. And here I want to show you very interesting, very funny data. Look, this was measurements that I've done in Mongolia with Sputnik sensor. And there we were traveling all over Mongolia, in Gobi Desert, and we were coming to places of high energy, specific energy. And every place I put down. So you see, this is the highest energy, the crystal cave. It's a very beautiful place. It's a cave with crystals. It's very nice. And it's very unstable. Very chaotic energy. So from one place it's high, but it's very cold. It's not very good. Yeah. So, this energy was as a glacier. It's funny that in Gobi Desert, in some place, we think the glacier wasn't very big, about 1 kilometer, but it's real glacier, very nice, beautiful, and it is big gorge with big walls staying around, beautiful. And people are coming there to enjoy this place. But you feel they are very, very nice. And this place is considered for Mongols a sacred place. Place is Porsche. And its energy is very high, but very, very high. So if you measure energy environment, here very, very high, here very high. Then it was coming to different places, and of course it was different energy. Then of course I done Ireland into Lambert. See, it was much lower than in all active places, much lower. But look at this graph. This graph, this is measurement. This measurement and this measurement. This is between them, maybe 200 meters. 200 meters distance. So it's the same area. This measurement is monastery. Very nice monastery. But this place, it's only a cave of prosperity. So it's a cave where Mongols was coming for centuries to ask for money. And they bring some presents over there, and you see, very old. This is human being. This is accumulated human being. So it's interesting. So how it happens. Okay, now we have break. Yeah. And we go to lunch. And after lunch we proceed.
Сейчас он есть. Кирилл слышно, но пока еще не слышу.
Ну да.
Да.
It's good.
Yeah, I have a GDV Wi-Fi connection, and with this microphone I send it the sound because
he says he's got very low connection, and at the moment also the sound was gone. So if this is working on internet or not? No, it's connected here, but this was like locked out. Remember there was this voice or the sound, and suddenly when there was no sound, it was nothing here. I don't know why. No, it's okay. Strange.
working.
Too much energy.
Yes.
I think we should go out because we are like in this room.
Да. Тут 3. Ну, это же 4.
Я пост хочу поставить, потому что у меня получается звук, я тоже с нее относился. Я сейчас звук включу. Сейчас, погоди. Раз. Костя, хорошо слышно. Здесь микрофон хороший.
Ну, о чем мне не слышно?
Я не знаю, в какой-то момент слетел звук, я переключил звук с этого микрофона. У меня просто пишет отдельно. Когда я зашел, звук появился.
Хорошо.
Теперь я включил вот на этом компьютере звук, а на этом выключил.
Ну все, то есть теперь все будет нормально.
Теперь все должно быть нормально.
Что-то случилось?
Поговори, пожалуйста, вот здесь вот расскажи.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Громко встань и громко очень говори.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20. 19, 18, 17, 16, 17, 14, 13, 12, 11,
Блин, решил,
Ну, здесь понятно.
у него шумоподавление стояло, поэтому вырубался звук. Там... Раз. Раз.
Кошмар, я знаю. Все, сейчас я хочу поэтому поставить, чтобы уже никто не трогал. Понимаешь, что если наша картина будет переключить с одной камеры на вторую, потом будет переключение, это будет 2 секунды. Давай. Это нет, это подожди. Смотри. Ну, нет, ты можешь... Смотри, сейчас я ее включу большую. Так, где мы? Ой, нет, сейчас. Switch. И еще раз. Это мы сейчас видим вот эту камеру. Ну, некрасиво, она в небо смотрит. Я его Кирилл поставил, она в небо смотрит. Нужно же отфиксировать, модифицировать. Да.
Okay. Все, я еще не создаю. Ну, то есть, да, не жди его. И все, должно быть все прекрасно сейчас. Звук хороший, видос. Доска есть, это есть, шеринг есть. Все. В крайнем случае, если, скажи, пожалуйста, в крайнем случае, если костер совсем уйдет туда, то просто вот так вот берешь ручку и вот так вот поворачиваешь. Я сейчас ее сделал, чтобы она, как бы я ее открутил, да, то есть ножки не трогам, только за ручку, и вот он весь охват. Да, весь охват. Над этим надо поработать все время. Хорошо, тепличку нам заиметь. Раз. Раз. Отлично.
Пойдем кушать. Пошли. Да.
We're still on break.
That's one, so 20 plus 3. Take it off.
Au bout, il y a quelque chose de bon, on mangeait pizza, je trouve que c'est vraiment pas cher. Mais non.
рядом с микрофоном. Ага, ну как всего лишь на всякий случай еще раз проверить.
Разбираетесь?
Раз. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yes.
I'm recording. Yes. I'm not going to the screen.
Don't touch.
I don't have the camera.
Turn this thing like that. See.
I think it's here is this one. Aha! The thing is, we need to see the screen because
This screen
this is very bad. And it's a Mozilla, I think.